Rise for the invocation and the pledges, and Commissioner Gonzalez is going to lead us in the invocation.
Please let us pray. Bow your heads. Lord God, Heavenly Father, we're here today to not to ask for a lot of things, but to give you thanks for everything you've given us. Thanks for the health, courage, and wisdom you have given this Commissioner's Court. Thanks for the people that are here today, because I know they have something important they want to do. Lord, thank you for those people that were involved in the elections. Bless them, be with them, and have them continue to move forward. Lord God, we ask you to help us. Pray for those that need your prayers, Lord, especially those that are sick, and our family members, wherever they may be, especially this Commissioner's Court. In your name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you. It is Wednesday, March the 6th. It is 9:08, and we have 3 commissioners and the judge present. Commissioner Matas is not here, and I will certify we have a quorum and call this meeting to order. Moving on to item D, do we have any disclosures or conflicts of interest from any commissioners? You can also do so at the time the item is pulled up if you don't think about it right now.
Judge, I just had one to table whenever, if you want to do that now, or you want to do
Okay,
that later?
we can do that too. Yes.
Is that okay?
Well, here he is. Sorry.
Judge, met with the auditor this morning, and we want to table D2. That one's not ready to go. That's one of my
D2?
D2.
3D2. I apologize. 3D2.
D2.
Yes. It's on a project change order on my
To the
project.
March
Yeah,
20th
it's just
agenda?
Right.
No, Your Honor, it's going to be indefinite until we get everything worked out.
Oh, okay. Just table.
That was my motion.
I'll second it. All those in favor say aye.
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 It's just my project.
Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes.
Thank you, Judge.
While we're doing that, are there any other items that need to be tabled? Assuming not, we can table them when we get to them as well. Then we will move on to item E, adopt the following resolutions. Number 1, in recognition as March 24th as National Social Work Month. Peyton, you're going to read? Yes, ma'am.
Good morning. Whereas social work is a profession truly dedicated to helping people. Whereas the primary mission of social work is to enhance human well-being and help meet the basic and complex needs of all people. Whereas social workers put a particular focus on helping people who are vulnerable, oppressed, or living in poverty. Whereas social workers follow a code of ethics that calls them to fight social injustice and respect the dignity and worth of all people. Whereas social workers meet people where they are and help people and communities reach their full potential. Whereas the social work profession for more than a century has worked on the front lines to improve this society. Whereas social workers work in all facets of our society, including schools, hospitals, community organizations, the military, mental health centers, social service agencies, corporations, and local, state, and federal government. Whereas social workers are in high demand, and with some states reporting shortages in social work staffing, and the Bureau of Labor Statistics predicting social work will be one of the fastest growing professions in our nation during this decade. Whereas the 2024 Social Work Month theme, Empowering Social Workers, embodies the need for society to support social workers so they can continue to do their life-affirming work they do and help address societal needs. Whereas social workers, in turn, empower people, communities, and our nation, helping everyone achieve their full potential. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Commissioners Court of Nueces County does hereby proclaim the month of March 2024 as National Social Work Month, and calls upon all citizens to the court in recognizing the numerous contributions made by America's social workers, and further encourages the citizens of Nueces County to celebrate and support those in the social work profession. Duly adopted by the vote of the Commissioners Court of Nueces County, Texas on the 6th day of March 2024.
I have a motion by Commissioner Gonzalez. Seconded. I'll second it. Yes. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. And I believe Rebecca is here to speak on this.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. We would like to thank you for recognizing our social workers and caseworkers. Social Services currently employs 5 licensed social workers and 4 caseworkers. And we may have a few other social workers or retired social workers from other departments, the community, and the South Texas Social Work Society joining us here today as well. In line with what the proclamation stated, the mission statement of Nueces County Social Services is to provide comprehensive social services to vulnerable residents to meet basic human needs and promote self-sufficiency. We've heard a lot from this court over the past few months about providing health care to the indigent through the hospitals and through the county's outreach and wellness program. And we've seen the court provide much needed assistance to faith-based organizations and nonprofits through contracts that are, quote, providing support to county residents who are hungry, poor, working poor, elderly, disabled, or families who may be at risk for homelessness. And I would just like to reiterate that those are the same clients that we serve every single day. We're glad to see the court prioritizing and supporting the needs of our vulnerable community members. The late Judge Neal always referred to social services provided by the county as the safety net for the people, with the county government being the institution where citizens could turn to when they really need help. Those of us working in social services got into the profession to help people, especially those who are struggling and finding it difficult to pull themselves up. They may be dealing with substance abuse, mental health, or medical issues, domestic violence, food insecurity, homelessness, or death. We want to help give people a hand up to safety and self-sufficiency to improve their situation. So again, we would like to thank the Commissioners Court for its 40-plus years of support for the Social Services Department. And I know we have several other social workers here that have signed up for public comment. So thank you again for your support, and thank you to all of our social workers and our society who's here today too. Thank you.
Thank you for your
Thank you very
years
much.
of service as well.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am.
We have this also, but Teresa, if you will get it, that last stamp as well.
Do they want to speak? Did they say something?
Do they want to, well, they're signed up on the public comment, they said next. So you want to go ahead and come up and speak now
It's
if
on the
you want to. You'll just state your name and.
3-minute timer?
Yeah, just, it shouldn't.
Hi, so my name is Angelica Garza, and I'm a social worker supervisor in the Robstown office. I live at 2757 Yayer Drive, Corpus Christi 78410. I started as an intern with the Department of Social Services in the Robstown area in the fall of 2014 to help serve the residents of Nueces County. I graduated from Texas A&M University Kingsville with a bachelor's in social work. I give credit to this department as it helped me gain the experience I needed to pass my licensing exam. In May of this year will mark 9 years of being a licensed social worker with the department. I enjoy working for social services as it allows me to work with a wide range of people. We assist the children, the elderly, the disabled, those in domestic violence situations, just to name a few. What we do in our department has a huge impact on the community. We assist clients in keeping a roof over their head so their family can rest easy at night while they're struggling with unforeseen medical issues. We assist clients to put food on the table so their children don't go hungry at school and they can focus on their studies. We assist clients with utilities so families can have water to shower with. Social Services is able to assist our clients to meet their basic needs so they can work through their current emergencies. For that, I am thankful that Nueces County has a department that their residents can depend on in their time of need. Thank you.
Thank you.
it's not 3 minutes on that.
Hi,
Hello.
Jillian Aldaco, 415 McGee Lane, Robstown, Texas. In October 2021, I began my work with the Nueces County Department of Social Services, working in the Robstown office, assisting Corpus Christi and Western Nueces County. This job opportunity has allowed me to continue working with the community and use the knowledge I have gained in my years of experience. My experience with this organization has convinced me that this is my rightful place of work. During my tenure, I have encountered individuals who have come to us with empty bank accounts and at risk for disconnection of their utilities due to unforeseen emergencies. I have interacted with people struggling to pay their bills and feed their families, with some only receiving $23 in food stamps. Moreover, I have had conversations with families who have lost their loved ones unexpectedly and didn't know the next step to take, along with many other families in need of assistance. As a team, we lend a listening ear to these individuals. We empathize with their situations and offer assistance and/or guidance where possible. Our team comprises of social workers, caseworkers, and support staff who all work together to address the unique needs of each family. We start by identifying the specific challenges facing each family and then work together to identify the most appropriate resources and assistance. Our goal is to provide holistic support that addresses the root causes of the problems we face by those we serve in Nueces County. While most of our aid is one time per year, that single intervention has helped many Nueces County residents regain their footing and move forward. For instance, the aid provided has enabled an elderly couple to put food on the table. It has also helped a family give their loved ones a decent burial. Additionally, we collaborate with other community agencies to ensure that our clients receive the necessary resources and support beyond our one-time intervention. Our team at the Nueces County Department of Social Services is dedicated to supporting our community, fostering good relationships with other agencies, and providing families with the resources and assistance they need to overcome challenging times. We are committed to working together to improve the lives of those we serve and to address the root causes of the problems they face. I also want to take the time to say thank you to my very first mentor for my very first job in 2005. He provided me with the guidance and training that I have utilized throughout my career. Thank you, Commissioner Matas.
Thank you.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Jessica Anderson. I live at 403 Frio in Portland, Texas. I'm honored to work with the Nueces County Department of Social Services, providing emergency rental, utility, food, and burial assistance for the most vulnerable population of Nueces County is not only necessary, but is also rewarding. Our department has funding when most other agencies have exceeded funding. We allow families in poverty to continue striving for sustainable living by providing the most basic needs, such as electricity, water, and other utilities, as well as emergency food for families not receiving SNAP benefits. We deliver services to area veterans and their families and help grieving families in their time of need. It's in honor of Social Work Month. It's a privilege to provide case management services and assistance for the Nueces County community.
Thank you. And one more I think I have on here.
Hi, good morning. My name is Lydia Rodriguez. I'm a social worker in the Corpus office, 521 Pasadena, here in Corpus. I'm going to read a statement that was written by one of our coworkers. It is easy to say every day you make a choice, and you're responsible for the choices you make. I know because I say this often and daily to my own children. While this saying is true, we all make choices, some good and some bad. Many people in our community do not have simple choices, such as, do I want jelly on my toast today, or what earrings am I going to wear with my outfit? Some days they may have the difficulty to make a choice whether to pay the electric bill or not because they do not have enough money to pay for food for the rest of the month. Many of the elderly in our community only qualify for $23 in monthly SNAP benefits. They must budget their fixed income to manage their food insecurity. While it is easy to say there are food pantries and food distributions throughout the county, the food they receive at these sites may only last a couple of days and may not be enough to feed them for a week. In addition, they may have transportation issues that defer them from going to food pantries or distribution centers. Other factors are weather, extremely hot or extremely cold conditions to make it difficult to be outside waiting for public transportation. Many of our county residents do not have a choice when they are diagnosed with a chronic illness or laid off from their employer or experience a death in their immediate family. It is easy to say, set money aside or save money when you receive your check. Often there is no extra money to save. Chronic illness, death, or loss of employment do not discriminate, and we are all susceptible. These are a few examples of what we experience as caseworkers. This is where our department comes in. We assist the Nueces County community with electric utilities, food vouchers, rent, mortgage, and bus passes. We also assist with indigent burials and cremations and have a disability program which we assist the residents of Nueces County with their basic needs and household supply vouchers while they are spending their Social Security benefits. By providing these services to our clients, we have been able to prevent many from becoming homeless, from having to live in the dark, in the cold, or the hot weather without electricity, and from not having water or gas for bathing and daily necessities for their family. Although our job may be diminutive compared to other departments in the county, we feel that we play a major role. We make the choice to come to work, assist, and listen to someone with kindness and empathy. We may not ever see the completion of our work, for example, when the electricity is reinstated or when someone has enough money to buy groceries for the month, but we know we made a difference to a client by allowing them to express their choice when they enter our department. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all for being here today. I think that was the last one I had from your group, Rebecca, to speak. I don't have anybody else on here. So.
Good morning, Judge, if I may. I'm Janice Shue. I'm a licensed social worker. I have two roles here today. You know me as the Outreach Disaster Coordinator for 211 Texas for the Coastal Bend region. In that role, I'd like to say that Nueces County Department Social Services has, and remains our #1 referral source for over, I would say, about 5,000 referrals that we provide to callers seeking services in Nueces County. That does go up each year as far as when income goes down or when we have disasters like a hurricane or COVID that significantly impacts our residents and those who are needing help. It's critical that the court, and we ask humbly, that you continue to fund the Nueces County Department of Social Services. As 211 Texas referrals, there are very few, I would say, 2 other agencies in our county that can help with rent, utility payments, and assistance. It would be catastrophic if the county social service department was defunded or went away for Nueces County residents. And so I would like to ask that on behalf of the people that are calling every day, our help seekers that need help in our community. Many years we heard most people are only one paycheck away from being homeless. Never more has that been so true than today, what we're living in limited economic income. And as you heard, many older adults, people with disability, receiving $23 a month for food stamps. I don't think I know I couldn't live on $23 a month food stamps. And I know probably no one else in here could either. But those residents, those clients that are assisted are creative, they're resilient, and so they do rely on social service assistance, and that's why it's critical we continue to fund them. Now I'm going to speak as the Vice President of the South Texas Social Work Society, a long-time society that was first founded about 50 years ago between 3 social workers, one at Spawn, one at, back then it was Doctors Hospital, and one, Jim O'Leary, who was at the Memorial Psych Unit. So Addie Hurd, who had been my supervisor, and others here today, Jim O'Leary and Nancy Weston Dodd, as you know, the Executive Director of YWCA, founded a society to staff cases just like we do as part of our social work to find resources. Nueces County Department Social Services has been a key member in that, from Roland Medrano to Minor Satterwhite to Rebecca Rock as the director. We rely on their continued support and involvement, and we are very happy here today to support the proclamation in their work that they do and ask that you continue to recognize that work and support them. One of my favorite quotes, I have several that I try to live by. Dr. Martin Luther King said in 1957, it's still true today, one of life's most urgent and persistent questions is, what are you doing to help others? We have to answer that every day. You have to answer it as elected officials. We have to answer it as social workers. That's our guiding principle. Thank you.
Thank you. And I know this was a proclamation done today, but there is no item on the agenda for anything about social services to be discontinued or anything. This was a recognition, so thank you. Moving on to public comment, I have a long list here. This section, oh, Rebecca, you want to speak again? Sorry. A picture, of course. Oh. Yeah. Did we get that signed? Did you stamp that?
Yes, ma'am.
Aaron, how you doing, bud? Thank you. Thank you for this.
There you go. All right.
Let them clear out, and we will move on to our public comment. And please, when I call your name, go to the podium, speak into the microphone, and please state your name and address. You are only allowed 3 minutes, and we are not allowed to really comment other than to correct a statement that is not factual or something, or to ask to put it on the agenda for more discussion later. So, Alma Studer, you're up first. You may have to pull the microphone down a little bit.
Yeah.
I think that does the trick. Hello, my name is Alma Studer. Okay, yes ma'am. My name is Alma Studer. My address is 5433 County Road 79 in Robstown, Texas. Thank you. I'm here in regards to the public comment portion for the ammonia plant. Just to open up with, I personally would rather it not be brought to our community for the safety of our public. And I've been doing as much research as I can. And one of the biggest things that had me concerned, and I've learned this from an Army attorney in D.C., and he said, always open up with, in my opinion. So that's what I will do. I feel that so much has progressed that the public just became aware of, even though based on what we've seen in social media, this has been an ongoing effort, but the community as a whole just became aware of it. And that kind of, I guess, concerned me. And so I even went on to, I guess, the Texas Association of Counties and pulled up, and according to them, it's neighbors serving neighbors. It's public transparency. It's accountability to the voters. And like I said, my concern is we've pushed so far. We've already talking water rights. We've already talking contracts. We've already talking issues of concern, yet the public is just now being able to voice their concern. Had this been brought up earlier, we may have been better informed prior to our situation. One of the things that kind of hurts me is this is an ammonia plant, and in an issue, it can be deadly, but we have had more conversations over a restaurant on Padre Island than we had. That's a critical issue that will regard water and our public safety. So I guess one of the biggest things is, I guess that's my biggest concern, is it appears that a lot has happened without a lot of transparency, that we got to this point and we're just becoming aware, even though I believe the voters should have been more aware earlier on. Thank you.
Thank you. Suzanne Gallagher.
Good morning. My name is Suzanne Gallagher. I live at 5419 Riverview Drive, Robstown, Texas. I have recently had a chance to look over Avena's revamped website, and I just want to point out a couple of things. One is it states that it'll be a world-scale ammonia production facility set to become the largest zero emission, which, let's be honest, it's not zero emission, it's zero CO2 emissions. It will emit carbon monoxide, nitrogen oxides, and, of course, ammonia. But anyway, the largest zero emission facility in North America. When I hear that, I hear really big. And really big to me doesn't sound like something that should be nestled between two communities. They're also going to be ahead of competitors. When I hear ahead of competitors, I hear in a hurry to start getting that product out there and making a profit. From my own experience, I started my own business 14 years ago, and I did research, and I had a mentor, and I talked to a lot of people. But what I know is that you cannot be prepared for every inevitability, and your circumstances are always going to be different, and you're going to have curveballs thrown at you, and you're going to have to make up some stuff as you go. And I don't care if we're talking about what field we're talking about. Everyone knows this is true. So our communities don't want that learning curve done on our backs or in our backyards. And finally, I would just like to read a paragraph from the website. We are profoundly dedicated to community engagement and involvement throughout every stage of our operations. We understand the significance of cultivating open, transparent communication channels with the local community stakeholders. Before and during the establishment of the plant, we proactively solicit input from community members through public meetings, consultations, and informational sessions. Our objective is to give you thorough information about our operations, addressing any concerns or questions. We highly esteem the insights and perspectives of residents, recognizing that their input is essential in shaping our safety protocols, emergency response plans, and strategies for mitigating environmental impact. And I won't say anything else. I think that paragraph speaks for itself.
Excuse me, please don't, we can't have clapping or anything. This is the courtroom, so thank you. Mallory Winchester, please, you're up.
Good morning. My name is Mallory Winchester. I live at 5477 Lonesome Dove in Robstown, Texas. I'm a graduate student at the University of North Texas's Online Information Science program, where I'm studying health data science. My course sequencing in graduate school requires me to take disaster management for information professionals, which now feels incredibly relevant as it directly pertains to the current health and environmental disaster proposed for construction in the Robstown and Calallen areas, the Nueces green ammonia plant. Upon being pressed for comment, many elected officials resort to the safe response, stating that they're concerned but need more information. This information, of course, is free and readily available online, so over the duration of a few brief hours, I've taken the liberty of collecting information of what anhydrous ammonia, the planned product of Nueces green ammonia, does to the human system. Anhydrous ammonia is attracted to water. It is hygroscopic, indicating it reacts when in contact with moisture by dehydrating an object, or in this case, a being. The human body provides plenty of moisture. For instance, many state agricultural guides warn of the effects of anhydrous ammonia on the eyes, namely its extraction of moisture from them, subsequently inflicting blindness on its victims as a result of chemical burns. Corrected lens wearers are additionally cautioned as anhydrous ammonia's reaction to the eye's moisture may also cause contact lenses to fuse with the eyes. The respiratory system is the next source of moisture targeted by anhydrous ammonia. When viewing emergency preparation materials on anhydrous ammonia, the consensus for what to do if you've accidentally inhaled this chemical is clear. Evacuate the area immediately if the lungs are still in working condition, and emphasize if, especially as anhydrous ammonia burns the respiratory system, causing paralysis and death. This death is quick, but certainly not without excruciating pain as caustic burns sear the insides. Moreover, those escaping the gas may not be entirely unharmed. Some scientific articles state that the burns sustained from ammonia exposure induce an overproduction of mucus in the lungs, leading to pneumonia. Within these fact sheets, children are specified as one of the most vulnerable populations to ammonia burns. It's disturbing to think that this company and our elected officials are satisfied with constructing an ammonia plant less than 4 miles away from the nearest elementary school. Avena, the parent company of the ammonia plant, touts safety procedures online in their attempts to appease us into willingly accepting the potentials of a disastrous health crisis. We do not wish to accept the risks. The only way to prevent the chance of any of these injuries from occurring is to cease any and all developments of Nueces green ammonia. In the likely event of a disaster, as numerous news articles detailing similar calamities demonstrate, to whom shall we hold responsible for the reckless expense of human lives?
Thank you. Cecilia Townsend.
Yes. I'm at 514 okay. I'm at 514 Broughton Parkway, and I'm calling about the water because the area around here, we've been on a fluid restriction, and we've been able to keep the lake at 30%. And if you add this company's 7 million gallons a day to that water extraction, it has to do with taking it down to 29%. And then next year, we're trying to restrict our water fluid 28%. And I see in the picture that one of these days, that lake will be empty because it's not getting a lot of water into the lake to get it back up to 40 and 50%. We're just keeping at 30. So I think this company is a disaster and will destroy our area because eventually we will become the Dust Bowl of South Texas. And I don't want any of that to be ever happening. But it's only logically, when we keep it at 30 and at 7 million gallons every day, then something is going to happen to our lake. And when that happens, what are we going to do? So I don't want that company here. We shouldn't have had, whoever brought it should have thought about that before they brought it here, because water is gold. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. Betty Cranford.
I'm Betty Cranford. I live at 3802 Wilmot Drive here in Corpus Christi. We've already discussed some of the water hazards, and we do have a copy of their contract with the Water District showing the pool that it's going to take. It's a dire thing. It must be protected. In addition to that, reading from their application to ECQ, they address some of the hazards associated with placing this plant in the area that it is, which is a neighborhood. With their map, they eliminated some of the houses that were directly adjacent to that area. But some of the hazards are based on their TECQ application.
Can you speak in the microphone a little better?
Okay.
They're having trouble hearing you.
Okay, it's theft and vandalization, arson, natural hazards such as severe weather, such as hurricanes, tornadoes, and dangers, which can lead to explosions. It can disrupt the electrical supply and facility for extended times, which could result, they don't say would, can result in releases, Well, if you've ever had a release or ever seen anyone that has been chemically burned, I started out as a level 1 trauma nurse. That is something you never want to see. You never, ever want to experience a chemical burn. They're proposing to set this plant right in the middle of a growing, expanding neighborhood. You look at the houses, you look at the people, you look at the water crisis that we're having. You have to take all of that into consideration before you do allow something like this to occur. Now, I don't know who dealt with this water contract. I had the contract. I know who signed off on it, who for agreement. But we're still searching, and they can say whatever they want to, but we're using their own data to present to you guys. So if that data is misinformation, then you need to go back to Avena and talk to them, because they're the ones that are supplying it at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Robert Hernandez, did you sign up to speak?
Sure did, Judge.
Can we do that? I thought we had discussed we couldn't do that. Is that a...
The Attorney General has treated members of the court differently than public because they are...
we can speak anytime
because
during
they're
the item.
court members, so...
We can
Just trying to be transparent, Judge.
Judge, if you want to move the agenda item up so that everybody can speak and Commissioner can speak or whatever.
He's not answering me, he's just speaking.
Right,
I'm
but
public. As a citizen, I have a concern also.
Right.
That's the specific thing addressed by the AG. So.
Could we just maybe move the agenda item up, which would maybe then not, that way the Commissioner can speak when he wants to, and would that be okay? I just want to make sure nobody thinks we're not letting
We're
anybody
going to have to do the whole presentation and
Right,
stuff,
yeah, I
give
don't
them
know.
an opportunity. Commissioner, can you hold off until they do the presentation and speak? Would you do that?
I'll hold off till then.
Yeah, I mean, or
What's next?
well, I'll bring them up next and let them speak, and then after their presentation.
Like I
if you
said, as
wanna-
a citizen, I have concerns also.
Yes. Melanie Grant.
I'm Melanie Grant, live at 4201 Bob White in Robstown, Texas. I don't have anything planned to say. I do have concern. My husband and I have lived out there. We've built a business, spent 40 years self-employed. Our little diamond in the rough house was going to be our retirement plan. We were going to sell that, make a profit, build us a little retirement house. But with this ammonia plant coming in, all I see is property devaluation and health hazards, possibly deaths. I don't want to see that in our community, and I think it should be moved somewhere else. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Myra Alanis.
Good morning. My name is Myra Alanis. I live on 4695 FM 1889. That's literally about a mile away from the proposed Avena plant. But the end of my property will face Avena construction. One comment I want to make. Avena cannot 100% guarantee that there will be no leaks, no explosions, no harm to the citizens. But I can guarantee you that their chemical releases, their depletion of our water sources will hurt our community. And I have another question about the permit that they've submitted to the TCEQ. They do not talk about their water usage or the amount that they're going to use. On the permit, they do say that they're going to produce 3.2 billion gallons of ammonia per year, which is 8.7 million gallons of ammonia per day. 8.7 million gallons of ammonia produced on the estimated 7-point-whatever million gallons of water. I don't see how those numbers, I don't see how 700 gallons of water, 7 million gallons per day of water is going to produce 8.7 million gallons of ammonia per day. I think the permit needs to have calculations, clearer calculations of how much water usage it will take to produce the 3.2 billion gallons of ammonia that it is saying it will produce. They are also enticing our communities, our taxing agencies, the Robstown ISD and the county commissioners, with tax contributions. But they are asking for abatements too. So with these abatements that, if we agree to, we are not going to see a actual positive realization on our abatement for years down the road. And at that point, our reservoir may be depleted, and they may just leave and leave us thirsty, high and dry. I also don't understand how so many people say they never knew about this ammonia plant coming to our community, when there's pictures, documents that are assisting the Robstown area development community recruit these companies, Tesla, Avena. There's contributions from Mr. Modis to this RADC for expenses. So how can they say they don't know that this is going on? If my boss pays me $20,000, he expects a report. He expects to know what that $20,000 is giving him. And that's not happening. Thank you.
Thank you. Mary Rodriguez.
She passes.
Huh?
She's passing.
She's passing. Marie Lucio.
Hi, my name is Marie Lucio. I live at 4899 County Road 30 in Robstown. We have heard all about ammonia. I know ammonia is ammonia. Taking chemical classes, I know it doesn't matter how you produce it, it still causes the same chemical effects on people. Doesn't matter what process you do for it. I'm not going to go into, how bad everything is. They have gone over that. My concern is, where do you stand? I'm not asking you to answer it. I'm just, where do you stand? Are you standing with us or are you standing against us? You represent us. Somehow this company got a hold of this particular land in our backyards. Have you gone to go pass by where it is at? Do you know exactly where they plan to put this in our communities? Because it literally is in someone's backyard. They have neighbors, houses, people who have lived there probably for years. And they are setting up this industrial company right next to them. How did that happen? How did that happen in our communities? We elect officials to protect us. We depend on everybody, not just the Commissioner's Court. We depend on the Water District. We depend on the Robstown ISD Board. We depend on our Robstown City Council. We depend on the Corpus Christi City Council to protect our interests. However, we have an industrial-sized ammonia plant being built in our backyards. Mind you, maybe 2 miles straight shot from Robstown High School. 2 miles straight shot to Robert Driscoll Elementary School. If something happens, and like she said, they can't guarantee that nothing is going to happen. What happens to our children? That's our children, our future. Is this the legacy we want to leave them? Do we want to leave them with a mess of an ammonia plant who's going to deplete our natural water resources? Ours. Not mine, not yours. They're everybody's. They're coming in to deplete our natural resources, to create this hazardous material that probably is not even beneficial, like I said, to the state of Texas, to even anyone around here. They're probably going to sell it overseas or to whoever they want and make their money. And what does that leave us? How does that benefit us?
We need to do better in our communities. We need to do better in bringing businesses that benefit our communities and where we live, not everybody else's. This plant probably was not wanted anywhere else, and this is where it ended up. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mike Pusley.
Judge Court, good morning. My name is Mike Pusley. I live at 3916 Castle Valley Drive here in Corpus Christi. Approximately 3 weeks ago, the city of Corpus Christi was notified of an ammonia plant being planned near the city of Robstown. The plant does not fall within the jurisdiction of the city of Corpus Christi, but does pose significant impacts to the city and surrounding areas. I have received numerous questions related to this proposed facility, so I contacted the plant representative and met with them to discuss their plans. As a result of those meetings, I want to share my position and concerns. As an at-large city councilman and previous county commissioner for Precinct 1, I have always supported business growth in our community. This includes industrial growth, which makes up a large part of our region and provides thousands of jobs for families in and around Nueces County. No doubt this project would bring jobs to our area that would be beneficial to our community. However, as I stated, this project and its proposed location has significant complications. The primary issue with the ammonia plant is its location, which is near the current and future residential areas. Frankly, I agree with the concerns of current residents with the ammonia plant being placed so close to homes and schools. Ultimately, this project should be placed in an industrial area, not a residential area where people live, farm, and where children attend school. A secondary issue is the large amount of water this plant will use and how that water usage will impact the city of Corpus Christi and the region. The plant is planning to use water from the Nueces River through a water improvement district that has superior water rights over the city of Corpus Christi. This may create future problems for the Nueces River, the city of Corpus Christi, and the city's ability to supply water to its customers throughout the region. The ammonia plant's team has not met with the city over the water issue, but regardless of the ammonia plant's final location, this needs to happen very soon. I am not against industrial growth or the project in general. However, the location as well as the water usage presents realistic issues for our community. The ammonia facility needs to relocate to an industrial area, possibly within the Port of Corpus Christi, and work with the city of Corpus Christi on their water needs to ensure the proper development of water resources for our region. I have shared my concerns with the ammonia plant representatives so they are aware of my position. As your city councilman and candidate for Nueces County Commissioner for Precinct 1, I will continue open communications with our citizens and the ammonia plant leadership. And I'll just say in closing, the water issue is real. The city of Corpus Christi is a regional water supplier for 7 counties and 500,000 people.
That was wrong.
The city council was notified this morning that as of Friday, our water capacity at the 2 reservoirs will drop below 30%. And so it is a real issue for this community. Thank you very much.
Excuse me, Judge.
Yes.
Did that sound to you like a candidate making a speech? Sounds like a campaign speech.
It was the city's position, and
He's
he
a
stated who he was.
He's an individual. He's running for, and I don't care if he's running that, but last time you tried to correct another candidate.
He finished his speech last time as well, though.
He did,
Yes.
he did, but you also wanted to contest what he did.
And
This is what I'm talking about, being transparent, Judge.
he probably shouldn't have announced his candidacy. That made it more of a political thing, but we all know him as a former commissioner as well. So, and the future commissioner, if you would not announce that in any speeches or anything like that. We had this come up at another time, but the other individual was allowed to speak as well.
But he was respectful, didn't
He didn't name any names or call anybody out.
Yeah, he didn't attack anybody
He didn't
either.
attack anybody, so.
Oh, I'm with you, I agree.
Okay, moving on. Benny Paredes. Oh, hello.
My name is Benny Perez, and I'm 3782 Barber Lane, Robstown, Texas, rural. The property goes right, Corpus Christi goes right up to the back of my property there. I'm actually here, the comments are for my wife. I'm representing her, so these are her comments, not mine. First and foremost, safety of our community is what it's all about under catastrophic emergencies. Community is long-lived families, many of them not in new era of technologies. They may not understand or get the alerts that they want. Want to know why they choose such a rural area in our established community. And this project is not an industrial area, and that the city of Corpus is not heavily involved in it, although it is a county issue. The water, like you've heard many people talk about, how much water they're going to use, how much they're going to not contaminate, but how much water they'll supply back, or if it's just regenerating the water that they continue to use and how they get rid of it. The company has required a tremendous amount of water, which we've talked about, and we are under certain conditions at certain times where we have to restrict our water use. What happens to underground water in our reserves? There's some sites around that area also that are super funds that are being in the process of being cleaned up and stuff, and one of the concerns on whether that they'll become super funds or if they'll start contaminating the underground water facilities. We have our families, our children, schools, business, and community. Somebody's mentioned the one they didn't mention. We have Cal Allen Schools, which is to the east of this facility, which is still in the range. Wood River Elementary, the high school, is right down the road. There's an individual area in our cities and counties that are more suited for this. I worked at a refinery for 42 years, so I know where it should be put at and not out in a rural area. If the leaders have talked to the individuals or another person that talked about where it just doesn't seem like we were notified, and I'm sure there was notifications out there, and if we didn't read them because we don't read the newspaper or the certain medium, that falls on us, but it's also for good business for them to get it out to the community. And the next one is it's a foreign company, which people have talked about, and that are the resources. I'm a farmer or a rancher by trade, or now that I'm retired, and the fertilizer would be awfully well used here instead of being shipped out to others. There's several more items, but other than that, I just thank you for your time and giving me the time, and thank you for your service. Thank you.
Thank you. That was the last of the public comment. I'm going to go ahead and bring up item 3A2. You didn't sign up? Would you like to speak? Yes, ma'am. If you will come up and state your name.
Just needed a sign.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. State your name and address, and then if you will sign this.
Good morning. My name is Sandra Arismendi, and I live at 4519 FM 1889, the opposite corner of the Avena plant. Okay? That's less than 100 feet. Okay? I don't have a large property, but I retired from the city of Austin about 14 years ago, and I moved here 10 years ago to my property. It took me a long time to find this property here in, can I sign this here just a little bit? It took me a long time to find the property because during the time we were trying to find our home, we ended up, going through so many homes. There was homes that weren't available at the time and some that were pretty run down. Okay, we found this home, and my husband and I both agreed this is perfect for us. We're getting older. We can't do too much property, so we've loved it. Okay, I just had my great-granddaughter move in with us. She's 6 months old, and when I found out, it was 3 weeks ago. Okay, I don't understand why we never got no communication. There's mail, there's social media, there's email, there's news media, but nobody got no information that this was coming up. It's going to be dangerous for us because if something were to happen, we're the first ones to go. Right there. And I'm sure that none of you would want to live right next to a plant that you don't know whether it's going to happen, it's new technology, is it going to explode, is it going to release too many chemicals that maybe 20 years after we've inhaled them will, you know, cause harm to us or to my great-granddaughter. You know, I don't want this plant because of those situations. It's like having asbestos material exposed. You don't see the effects until 20, 25 years later. Okay? The water usage is another concern for me. I try to keep rainwater so I can water my plants because I want to do my part in saving water. I want to be able to, you know, tell my grandson and his wife, okay, don't wash every day. I want you to wash once a week. Conserve. And I do that because I know the lake levels are low. We haven't had enough rain. And it's not fair for us to go through all this without no one knowing. I'm not in the city of Robstown and I'm not in Carolina. I'm in Nueces County. Somebody in this board should have mentioned it or put out something for us. Because we vote for you and we pay our taxes to you. So that is going to be on your heads. Because that is what we're concerned about, our safety. Thank you.
Thank you. And Carolyn Vaughn wants...
Sign up, ma'am.
No. Sign the sheet,
Sign up.
please, before you leave.
Okay.
You can go ahead and speak.
Carolyn Vaughn, 4214 Spring Creek Drive, Corpus Christi. First off, I want to say I'm completely for industry. I support industry, always have, because we get jobs. But what I don't support is where this is going to be. This is the wrong location, and I believe that the reason the citizens didn't know it was done on purpose. Epic did the same thing. You put a little sign out there, and most of the people in Cal Island don't drive down that road because it's farmland. There's no way they would have known. So they should have sent out flyers. They should have had several public meetings. That did not happen. They may have had one that I know of. That didn't happen. I found out the day of. Here's what I want to discuss, though. I don't like to make innuendos, but you're going to have the opportunity, Commissioner Morris, to answer some questions, and I hope you'll answer them. South Texas Water Authority, you're listed as the executive director. So what they do is they work with the Water Supply Corporation and governmental entities to supply water and other things. That's what the website says. So you would have known and probably knew way before you said you did. And that should have been reported. That, to me, is a conflict. And what I want to ask is, how can it be that you can serve on both boards? You serve here and you serve there. Is that a conflict? That needs to be answered, and the news needs to look at that. You're listed, they're saying they call you a consultant. That's a great way for businesses to do when they don't want to put you down as an employee. So if that has something to do with your serving, if you're a consultant, you can serve. If you're an employee, you can't. I don't know. So I don't want to accuse you of that. But that does need to be answered, and you'll have the opportunity, I hope, to do that today. Another rumor that's going around that needs to be answered, because I always think you need to follow the money. The Water Control Improvement District out there, number 3, the rumor is that the land that was purchased was from a previous board member. He has a right to sell it, but we need to know that, I think. And it was at a very high price for the land. So if this company has the kind of money that they're saying that they purchased, you've got money to put a longer pipeline. It doesn't have to be in that community. We have 3 schools out there. We have a community of, you know what we're going to be? We're going to be the Hillcrest of Corpus Christi, the next one, if these industries come out there. We're beginning to look like Port O'Connor when you drive in. We need to have a pretty city. We don't need to continue to do this. There's other businesses that can come. And I do support them having the business. I don't have a problem with that, but do not put it there. The only thing that this court can do, because y'all don't have the jurisdiction, you don't have it, and a lot of people don't understand that. It's going to be Robstown, the school district. But if they ask you for abatements, you can say no. And to me, if you're on that board, you should recuse yourself. And Commissioner Hernandez, I challenge you. I appreciate the fact that Mike Pusley's here today speaking out for the community, and I challenge you also to help them. That's your area.
Challenge accepted, ma'am.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on public comment? There being none, I am going to pull up item 3A2 on receiving a presentation, but before we receive this, I want to restate what former Commissioner Carolyn Bond just stated. The county has no authority on this. We didn't allow or not allow, or the only thing that we can do, and they have not asked for that, is abatements in the future. This presentation was brought today at the request of the citizens because of this kind of information. And for many of you that aren't aware, I live about 3 miles down past this location as well. So I am personally affected. My grandkids live about a half a mile from this. So yes, I totally understand your concerns, and I want whoever comes there and when they come here to do it safely and within the bounds of the law and what we're supposed to do. We do have a presentation. Karen, are you going to be giving this, Karen White or Vishal? Both of you. I think there is a video, and then Commissioner Hernandez wants to speak. Huh?
Do the consent agenda, get rid of it?
They asked to skip ahead, so Commissioner, we're going to come back to this afterwards. Yes. No, we like to jump around so I can get confused and miss something.
Excuse me, Judge.
We're going to do this.
That's what I'm saying. I get
Yes,
confused.
me too.
Excuse me, Judge?
Yes.
Should you sign up for public comment?
And we're on the agenda item now,
Sounded
so.
like you made a comment.
No, I brought the agenda item up and clarified for the
All
county.
right, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, thank you all for inviting us to present, and thanks for your comments. And we want you all to also come tonight to the town hall that we're hosting, where we want to bring, we've invited some additional members from the community, from the ammonia industry, to talk about safety in particular, so that we can address some of those concerns that people have had. I want to introduce myself as the founder and CEO of Avena Clean Hydrogen. We are going to go over some slides, but please feel free to stop me if you have any other questions. So let me just move on to this page here, which talks about green ammonia. And before I go into green ammonia, maybe I can just talk a little bit about Avena. Avena is a company based out of New Jersey, was established in 2019. It's been in operation as a Delaware listed entity since 2021. And we have been developing plants all over the country. There are 5 plants in different stages of development. The first one is going to come online this year in California. And our objective and our mission is to really help the environment to decarbonize hard-to-abate sectors such as fertilizer, such as other industries that cannot be decarbonized with electrical infrastructure. And that's why we're doing this. So all of the concerns that we heard about water and the environment, our hope is that these industries are going to help the environment and mitigate some of those concerns about the reservoirs that we are seeing depleting everywhere, including here in Nueces County. So what green ammonia is it takes hydrogen that's produced using electricity, renewable power, and combines it with nitrogen from air to produce ammonia, which is used in many applications today and will have significantly larger number of applications in the future. All of the industries that you see around here, including the large oil and gas companies that are supplying to international markets as well as domestic markets for industries like aviation, maritime fuels, etc., will eventually be moving to fuels like ammonia and hydrogen. So I think this is the industry of the future. This is where a lot of the jobs are going to be made, and we're excited to actually bring this industry in Robstown and in Nueces County. The next slide talks about the different ways that ammonia is made today. The traditional way of making ammonia is gray ammonia, which is made using coal or natural gas. It emits, you emit about 2.5 to 3 tons of CO2 per ton of ammonia produced. Our production method basically produces no carbon dioxide emissions. And we will talk about some of the other emissions later today, as well as, I'm happy to answer some of the questions. But the emissions that we are talking about are extremely minor emissions that are coming out of the use of natural gas as we start the operations. These are one-time emissions. We have reported some emissions as part of the TCUK application process. Those are all calculations that have been made by industry consultants that do this for a living. And we're obviously being on the conservative side when it comes to emissions as well as water usage. We'll talk about that. The other production process is blue ammonia, which is a plant that was proposed in a different location in Corpus Christi. That plant also has some emissions. Our plant is basically zero carbon emissions. The next point I would make is that our intention is to use, the next slide talks about the use of renewable power to produce renewable energy and green hydrogen. And this is all renewable power that will be produced in the state of Texas, primarily in South Texas. That's going to create additional jobs and more investments. So this slide talks about existing ammonia plants in operation all over the country. There are more than 30 plants in operation. A lot of them, more than half of them, are in residential communities within half a mile away from densely populated residential communities as well as school districts. And we have an expert that's coming today to talk about some of these operations and plants that have been operating safely without any incidents for decades. And our plant is going to be smaller on average than a lot of the other plants that are in operation. So I just want to reassure you that safety is extremely important to us. We are going to take all the measures that are required by law, by TCEQ and other regulatory agencies to operate this plant safely, to design the plant safely, and then to operate it as well.
So you said yours is, I guess we can ask questions. We brought the agenda item up. You said yours is the first of its kind. Is that just because it's run by solar and everything
That's
else?
right.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
The production process, ammonia production process, is a 100-year-old
on.
process. It's a technology used by KBR. They have more than 50% market share in the industry. So what we are doing is, instead of using hydrogen that is piped usually and is made using natural gas, we are making hydrogen using renewable energy. That's it.
Okay. Sorry. Go ahead.
That's fine. And that technology of producing hydrogen has been around for a long time as well. It's been around for 25, 30 years. The costs have come down, and the risks that we are taking is the financial risk of the technology not performing to its expectation, but it's extremely safe technology. I just wanted to reassure that. The next slide talks about how we are going to move the product. And typically, whatever releases that you've seen, incidents that have happened in the past have been of ammonia transport being mishandled, either through rail or through trucks. Our mode of transportation is going to be through pipelines, and that is going to be the safest mode of transportation. It's going to minimize any leakage that you would expect from other modes of transportation. So the next slide talks about water, and I'll hand it over to Karen to talk about this. But before I just hand it over to Karen, I just want to reiterate the fact that yes, water consumption is going to be higher for our facility because of the product that we're producing. But if you compare our water conservation efforts, for this particular design, they will actually allow you to save a lot more water than any other industry that's in operation today. If you look at all the large industries that are consuming more than 10 million gallons per day of water, our water usage is going to be significantly lower than that. And we are going to take all the measures that are required to conserve water and to be steward, citizens and operators of the plant. With that, let me turn it over to Karen.
What was your name? Vishal Shah. No, I'm going to spell it later.
Karen White, Director of Regulatory and Business Development for Avena Clean Hydrogen. I've worked very closely on this water issue from the outset with both the local partners and folks across the county to understand how do we fit into the mix. And so what we presently have is a 25-year take-or-pay water contract with WCID number 3. And in that contract, what we talk about is that we are in fact going to pay for all the capital investments that are required to bring that water resource to the plant, and that will hopefully be bringing mutually beneficial resources to the water district in general that serves the population of customers that are presently in that region. And we have been conservative, right? As developers, we start a process and we don't know all the facts. And then as we engineer solutions and iteratively go through the process, we get to a place where we can hone in on the exact facts, right? So right now, the water contract is for slightly over 6 million gallons per day. And the intention is to look at a hierarchy of reduction, reuse, recycling, and reclamation to reduce that to the maximum extent possible during the engineering phases of the plant's design. Because we do understand the water energy nexus very well, and it's something that I've taken seriously personally since the beginning of my career. So the other piece of water in that irrigation district that's got a rural history that is now more formalized as a water district is that there are seasonal flooding periods that utilize all those irrigation channels that are presently there. And so what feedback we've received is that we should be, instead of planning for a 100-year flood event and building in stormwater management systems for that, to build instead for a 200-year flood event and build in stormwater management systems that accommodate that higher standard, because the intention is to ensure that whatever we do on our plant site does not have attendant impacts down the way in terms of additional stormwater runoff and concern. I think that's it for that slide. So then Avina has been in the process of honing in on all of the jobs and engineering details that come with both construction and daily operations of the plant. And so what we've done is we've gone out and identified what we think are the key 75 employees that will be direct hires that will work on that plant every day, and then we're working with our construction EPC partners on what the construction workforce will look like. And so we've been reasonably conservative in these numbers because the intention is to underpromise and overdeliver and not the contrary. So here the construction period is going to be about 2 years long, and you're going to see about 500 jobs per year on that construction site. And then after that period of time, you're going to have all the operators, engineers, all the various people that do life cycle carbon analysis and auditing and process improvement, instrumentation, lab work, will work on the site in an administrative building. And of those folks, we are expecting a vast majority of them to be folks that can come out of high school, get a 2-year degree, and then enter plant operations. From the perspective of infrastructure upgrades generally, we've already talked about water, but on the electric power side, we're also doing resource development. So we're working with NEC, the Nueces Electric Cooperative, to grant them location to put in place a new substation that will support both our needs and will be generally available for supporting additional needs that might come in that region. And then, so on the additional pieces on tax, what these tax numbers look like and the local benefits there are calculated not by me, but by Jim Lee at Texas A&M Kingsville. And they say, in absence of a tax abatement, what would the tax contribution of the project be in a given period of time? So greater than $20 million in local tax contribution includes what would come into the county as well as the Robstown ISD. And again, at this point in time, the number that we're looking at in capital investment is $2.2 billion. I think that that's actually on the low side. We're going to see slightly more capital investment. And as, again, the engineering proceeds and the construction estimates get more concrete, those numbers will firm up and we'll be able to make that available. This last point is on the fact that what we're building here, or intending to build here in Nueces County, is a 21st century fuels plant. It's a plant that 25, 30 years from now, we won't question, why did we build it? We'll say, why didn't we build more of them faster? Because the economies of the world are putting pressure on all of us to come up with carbon solutions, to come up with solutions to hard-to-abate sectors, right? And right now, maritime industry, right, they use bunkering fuel to fuel vessels that move all over the world, which has horrendous air pollution implications as well as CO2 implications. And what these products like ammonia will do is in the growing maritime space replace bunker fuel as the utilized fuel on long distance shipping hauls, which is something like 7% of the world's CO2 footprint today is just that international shipping balance. And so the intention is for this plant to not just come here and bring in employees from somewhere else. It's to come here and develop along with the local community schools, whether that's in the county, Robstown ISD, and then Del Mar, and then the various other universities here, a pipeline so that students can come up from their kindergarten all the way through to high school, start to get some exposure and experience and training and certificates, and be able to, on their choice, come in and apply for apprenticeships within the plant, and then be able to, from there, continue to work for the plant, be paid to work for the plant, and then graduate without debt with skills that fit into a global workforce that is only proceeding to grow further. And so the intention here is not only to look at the K through 12 and postgraduate pipeline, but also to look at how do we provide present folks in the county who want to potentially work at a plant like this with the reskilling classes that they might need in order to come in. And so we're actively working with Del Mar on how do we make sure that we've got programs in place that are there early enough that anybody who might want to apply for a job could have the certificates they need on the day one. These are the kinds of roles that the plant is intending to have in that 75 employees group, that conservative number of people who will daily operate on the plant. And this is, there's going to be plant managers, folks with engineering background and experience, plumbers, electricians, lab techs, instrumentation, safety coordinators, folks that work with the ERCOT electric grid management on the renewable power side. There's a growing need in this industry to certify life cycle carbon analysis along with our product specifications. So there'll be a number of those folks that are doing audits actively. And of course, all of that's going to be in an administrative building on that same plant site. But beyond those folks that drive there every day, who work at the plant every day, we don't have any constructive plan to have huge trucks coming in and out of the plant daily. That's not part of the operational perspective. And to the extent that we will have those administrative buildings on the site, we have not put the driveways on 1889 because we do appreciate that that's the main road in and out of town. So I recognize that some folks may feel like they have not been engaged early or often enough in the process, but I'm here to say again as a developer that you don't know your project is moving forward until you know certain things about it are clear. And so as that clarity comes to a project, you then can expand your stakeholder group because the reality of the project being realized is greater than it was before. And so we're at the phase in this project where we are expanding the stakeholder group, and we do want to hear from folks and on an iterative basis incorporate the feedback that we're receiving constructively to improve the outcomes of the plan. And I know that that's not maybe enough for somebody who simply doesn't want it in their backyard, but there are folks that may have more moderate positions where we can accommodate some of the things that they might want to see happen in and around this plant or because this plant is there. And that's my map on that. All right. Yeah, thank you. All right. Well, here. So this is the last slide. Again, Jim Lee did this study on regional economic impacts beyond the kind of hyper-local. And so here you're going to have an additional 3,000 direct and indirect jobs during the construction period. That's everybody from the dock operators, the people bringing vessels and parcels in and then transporting them to the site, and folks laying foundation, doing contracts around all of that work. And then that's expected to result in $250 million of additional personal income tax to the region as a whole. And then during the operational phase, again, being about 150 indirect or direct and indirect jobs, resulting in another $20 million of personal income growth in the region. Again, that's on the tax contribution. Nueces Green Ammonia will request from this body a tax abatement. It will do that. But we also acknowledge that that's a conversation and that conversation involves all of your perspectives. In this slide, I've presented it as if the tax abatement was not granted. And so that's showing $10 million of tax contributions during construction and then another $20 million during operations.
Can you explain really for those in the audience where you are in the process? Because many people think that it's already a done deal. You purchased the property or.
One of my questions.
Yeah, can you explain? I know you've applied for permits, but they haven't been granted. What's the time frame for that? That kind of stuff.
Right, fair enough. So in terms of the land that we have under control, we have an option to purchase. So we haven't directly purchased that land. And again, that's all dependent on the project coming together in a clear line of sight to actual realization of the project. So there's contingencies to back out of those land transactions were we to want to do so. And then the same goes in the water contract. There are contingencies that would allow us to back out of those water contracts were the project not to be otherwise supported. And so I think we have a pretty good line of sight on all the various pieces of the project, but it has to come together, and we would love to do so with the support of the county, with the support of the ISD in terms of the tax abatement, because overall we believe that the economic impact of the plant will be beneficial. And I think that if we can have some more conversations about what are constructive things the plant can do beyond its boundaries as a corporate citizen within that community, that perhaps we can find a way forward for this plant in the county.
Any other questions? Anyway, Commissioner Fernandez, did you want to speak?
I want to do my public comment.
You know, it's the items pulled up. You can just speak or ask questions, whatever. Yeah.
I'll give my time?
Yes.
Okay. The last time I met with y'all said you had purchased the land. Okay. Wasn't that it was under contract. Last time I spoke to you, you had also a contract for the water. Okay. And then at one time I did meet with Mr. Walls and the other gentleman that's with the Corpus Christi Economic Development. At no time did they ever mention to me any of the cons of this refinery. They just brought you all in and y'all gave me your speech about how good it was. Okay. Like I told you all, I'm not a chemist. Sure. I have no knowledge of how ammonia plants work. But I don't object to progress. I don't object to jobs. But I do want it to be transparent with everybody, with the people. And if the people that I represent have a problem with it, and I live back there also, I have a problem just like I did with EPIC. I had no knowledge of EPIC. I wasn't even a commissioner back then. I believe our city councilman was, because Ms. Bond had no knowledge of it either. So I just want people to understand what we're going to get into, if we go forward with this. I mean, just yesterday, I heard in the news where there was, I don't remember the city or what, but there was an explosion yesterday in a chemical company, and people had to be evacuated. Okay, so we need to take all these things into consideration. And again, I'm not against progress. I'm not against jobs, but I am against putting it on everybody's backyard. People that have worked so hard to buy these nice homes, and then their homes are going to be devaluated, okay? Because it's going to happen, regardless. So that's what I'm against, and I'm sorry that some of these politicians here knew about all this before I did. Okay? There's a reason they keep it from me, okay? Because I don't know how to keep a secret, So, yes, my concern is the public, my constituents. While I was walking, doing block walking, people were asking me about all this, and I really didn't have an answer, and I was embarrassed. But I told them that I would find out. I think if anybody here should speak, the two gentlemen from the Economic Development Boards should stand up and tell us why they didn't make it knowledgeable to the rest of the citizens, And it's just. They were also asking, Judge, when here on my comment, they were asking what happened to the inventory audit, the audit you promised the people you were going to do if you came in as a judge, the forensic audit. People were asking me about that. They don't trust us. They don't feel like we're being transparent, okay? And I had two ladies that I walked on their block, and they just happened to be county employees. And they said they were very unhappy with a new work process that we're doing. They're not getting paid right, okay? They're losing money, or they feel like they will. And also, some of their transactions are being lost. To me, that's a problem. If a transaction is being lost, then we're not being transparent with the people. We need to have an audit.
It's still on the Avena? We're on the
No,
Avena. That's a different.
No, I changed it when I told you that when I was
This
block
has
walking.
nothing to do with this.
No, when I was blocking, Judge.
Yeah.
Block walking, that you had promised a forensic audit, and that hasn't happened.
That's not noticed on the
can't talk
agenda.
about it.
Then put it on the agenda,
Oh, my
Commissioner.
goodness.
Then put it on the agenda.
It's my public comment time, and this happens every time, Ginny. Every time I bring out something, and this is why, folks, things aren't told to me, okay? Because I don't know how to keep it secret. So, if we're going to get into a discussion about if this is on the agenda or not the agenda, it's public comment.
It's,
Okay.
Commissioner, the reason that your comment was taken to this time is because the agenda item was called and you wanted to speak on the agenda
No,
item.
I just had a public
There
comment.
is not, that is why
I just had a
I'm
public
informed
comment.
you.
I never stated.
and I'm just going to give you, and you do what you will, but the Open Records, Open Meetings Act distinguishes, and the AG has helped to distinguish for Commissioners Court members that they are not entitled to the same open comment thing. If there is
Well-
a comment that, and then a discussion that the commissioners are going to have, that's something
Well,
that needs notice.
This is the way we get blocked all the time. You bring out the Attorney General's office said this, said that, and this is where the public don't know what's really going on in this Commissioner's Court, or how they do things, or how we do things. Thank you, Judge.
This has nothing to do with you, sorry.
Yeah, no, on
yes,
the, but
yeah.
just on the response of like, being represented and well represented, I think first and foremost, I'm here because I want to be here, because I've enjoyed getting to know the people that I have worked with here. And second, I'm here because we have a responsibility as a company who wants to operate in the region to be here. And third, I'm here because you're well represented, because we were asked to be here, and we were asked to be here in a timely fashion to address some of these questions. And so what I'm hopeful for is that tonight at the town hall, we'll be able to get into some of those more specific questions that folks have about the process. And again, that is not necessarily going to relieve the folks who just simply do not want to see it in their backyard of concerns, but it should hopefully help reduce the fear that maybe folks feel about not understanding what kinds of safety protocols will be in place, how they'll be put in place, what does the process look like, what in fact are we producing, how does that differ from some of the things that have been broadcast that are simply not being produced at the plant. And I do encourage you all to be there, and anyone else who wants to talk to us, and we are intending to be available to anyone who might want to provide us with comment and feedback.
I think Commissioner
Thank you.
Modis
Thank you
has
for
asked
coming,
to
ma'am.
speak next.
I think Commissioner Hernandez summarized this perfectly. It's not that we object to progress or jobs. We want that in our community, but the issue is, I think, the location and the safety. I think that is the perfect summary right there. We all feel that way. In fact, I want to say there was a battle that was so important to us that the three of us right here all wanted to put this item on the agenda so that we could have some of this public comment. I mentioned it during our last meeting, hey, we need, directed to staff, we need to get this item so we can talk about it publicly, because in public comment, we can't have that interaction, kind of like what Commissioner Hernandez is saying. So that's why we're at this point, is the information was slowly coming out, and as we heard during the presentation, then it kind of opens up, right? Just explaining the process. A lot of us maybe we're starting to learn parts of the process in the project, but we hadn't had really a formal presentation like this today to be able to hear and see all of this. This is all concerning us, definitely. I mean, anyone that had this in their backyard would be concerned. And so, like Commissioner said, he lives near there. The judge lives in that general area as well. So if you don't think that we're paying attention, and there's been some debate as far as where this plant physically is, it's technically like right across the street from where I represent. So if you don't think that we are interested, we don't care about the community, please look at that again, because we do. It doesn't matter if it's in one precinct or the other. It's a county-wide issue. So we are here because of that, because we heard you loud and clear, Ms. Gallagher, Ms. Caballero. You were here. We couldn't interact. So we said, let's put it on for this meeting. And thankfully, that is here. Thankfully, the Avena representatives are here as well to be able to try to explain and not only have this opportunity during the workday, which is tough, we know, for some people, but they even opened up the opportunity tonight. And I look forward to being there and learning more as well. It's still a learning process for a lot of us. For me, definitely, and I should always caveat that I don't want anyone to think that I'm not listening. I'm looking down. I'm like writing notes, trying to get the key phrases, key issues that many of you are talking about and concerned about. Ms. Arizmendi, we've already met before, one meeting before. I've heard your concerns. You're right there in 1889. My former secretary, not to call her out, lives right on 1889, not too far from this as well. That's important to me. I drive that area not often because that kind of my area I represent is in Robstown, but I do go there between 1889, 624, and Robstown a few times. My big concern was to try to address some of the questions that came up about us. As the judge mentioned, at this moment, this is not a commissioner court issue, period. We opened up this process for the public to be here, and we opened up this process for Avena to be here so we can start more of that public disclosure. Some of us were busy last night, but I understand that there was a meeting yesterday that was held, that was a public meeting by a public elected body that had further discussions about this. And let me ask the Avena representatives, whoever wants to answer this. You mentioned, go ahead, go up to the mic. Water provider. Who is that again?
WCID number 3.
Official name is?
Nueces County Water Control District number 3.
And they represent what geographic area?
The geographic area of Robstown.
Robstown. Are they an elected or appointed body?
Appointed. No, elected.
Elected. Good.
Elected.
Elected.
Yeah,
so
they are
elected officials.
Fair enough.
You did well. You did well. I'm sorry for throwing those questions at you. You can see that this was not planned. What I'm trying to show is that there's a lot of partners in our community who are part of this whole process, right? And we are here to start that hearing, that listening from you. That's why we're here today, to have that transparency. As you can see, we're still trying to learn ourselves, but y'all could have deferred and just said, let's just wait until after our public hearing, or let's come back another day when more is known about it. But you offered or you agreed to our request, so thank you for that. So many points that were brought up during the public comment, or during the public comments during this agenda item. But definitely, the water district in Robstown are the ones who are, I guess, is there a contract now?
There is.
There is a contract
Yes.
with them.
Yes.
And Nueces County Commissioners Court, Nueces County, do we have any part of that?
No.
Okay. So I think that addresses any questions that were brought up by Commissioner Vaughn or anyone else there earlier. The water rights that we heard Councilman Pusley talk about, that is a big issue, just so people will know, between the City of Corpus Christi and the Robstown Control, or the Water Control Improvement District in Robstown, because they both have access to basically the Nueces River, and that's where I think this water is coming from. Is that the source?
Correct.
Okay, Nueces.
And again, those are historic, superior, already litigated water rights that WCID number 3 has. That they hold, right? And whether the water is used in Nueces County, in their water control district, or in Corpus Christi is not a question, right? Someone is going to use the water. The question is, where is the value of the project going to exist, right? And I think that there's some value to the existence of the project being in the region in which it is. because it begins to allow those resources to inure to the benefit of the people who do, in fact, live near the plant. And again, whether WCID number 3 uses it or Corpus uses it, it's going to get used. So the question is, how do we think about the water rights and what benefits they can inure to the benefit of the people for whom they exist? And again, that's a Robstown-driven jurisdiction, but the water control area is actually slightly different. It's its
Right.
own.
It's a little bit larger than
geographic.
just the Robstown area, a little bit slightly larger. Definitely heard the issues of location is a concern, and I know you addressed, that's not necessarily something that is, I guess, debatable or, up for discussion. It is what it is. It's what you all have designated. That was between, I guess, I'm assuming a private property owner or a
Correct.
land trust or somebody?
Private
and y'all
property.
have secured that, okay. Once again, safety, we've talked about those issues. You've addressed some of it, some credible sources, but definitely you know that that's a concern. People hear ammonia, they think of the explosion in West Texas, right, and try not to combine y'all, but that's what I've heard, right? That's what I've heard from people during public comment and others. And so the safety issue is hopefully something y'all can talk about further tonight as well.
Absolutely.
And really address that in detail, because that's what everyone's talking about. And you got 2 communities stirred up. So that's a big, that's a big, I won't say red flag, but that's definitely a big flag to notice that's out there that people are talking about. And then just the overall water usage. Some of you all mentioned that, and I agree. Once again, somebody mentioned TAC, Texas Association of Counties, earlier. You will know that counties in general, I'm sure you could find an exception to the rule somewhere in the state of Texas, but counties in general do not have water systems like a city, like a municipality does. That's why we have so many special different water districts in various sizes throughout the state. But at least in our area, when we're talking about water usage, there's the 2 providers that could potentially be a water source to you, which is CCW, Corpus Christi Water, but the one you've contracted with is Nueces County Control District number 3.
Right, and we wouldn't actually, where we're located, have access to Corpus Christi
Right.
water.
Right.
They simply do not serve that region.
Right, they don't serve that
is
region.
a monopoly
So
region
water
served by
only
WCID number
serves,
3.
water only serves certain areas then.
That's right. That's right.
So
It's
if
geographically
you want
limited.
water from, say, City of Dallas, you couldn't pipe it in.
That's right. That's
Okay.
right. And
That's
even
good
if
to know.
even if you wanted to, and even if you built that pipe, you would be violating the monopoly of the water utility to serve that area. So you wouldn't be allowed to do
You
it.
can't just contract with someone else and bring it in.
That's right.
And I think that helps with the local control, and that's where people have questions or issues about this, like we identified earlier. There is another elected body. We are still learning about this, but there was another elected body that took action on this to secure water rights, who are totally independent of Nueces County and Nueces County Commissioners Court. And hopefully people express their concerns with that entity as well, if they either were for or against utilizing those water rights and water usage through your plant. Those are some of the main points I just wanted to bring up because people brought them up specifically. Oh, RADC, Mr. Valls, and Mr. Culberson. So we have 2 economic development groups here represented today. And y'all may need to step up to the mic, but I want to make sure everybody hears it loud and clear. Mike and
Need
John,
to
please.
go to the microphone, please.
So there was a question about contribution. I do not make individual contributions to either one of these groups. And collectively, is it a commissioner court vote that takes place to allocate funding to either one of your organizations?
I'll let you go first. Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Court. John Valls. I serve as the Executive Director of the Robstown Area Development Commission. It's the court. The court funds a lot of what y'all call outside agencies. We're one of the agencies. You fund various other groups as well, and we're one of the agencies that you fund in order to help attract economic development to,
and I
to the
designate
area.
funding for your organization because you represent the general Robstown area for economic development and growth.
Correct. Just like most of all the commissioners designate funding in their particular
In the
precincts to programs that are in their precincts. And we're in your precinct, and we're partly in Commissioner Hernandez's precinct. But yeah, that's typically the way it works. And it works with a lot of other different agencies. We're not the only one.
Right.
So, I mean, y'all fund the diabetes programs. You fund a lot of different programs.
And Mike, same thing with yours. I mean, we allocated a sizable amount every year to have an opportunity and access to support economic development for your group, and that's an action taken by Commissioners Court, not by an individual commissioner, right?
That's correct. And the nice thing about it is we cover all of Nueces County for you. And, we've done that since at least 2009.
So I appreciate you taking the time coming up to the mic, because I think there's a lot of misinformation out there. Hopefully this addressed all of your questions, in particular, not only for individual members of the court, but for the court as a whole, of how we act on these issues, what we have control over. But we definitely hear you, right? And that's why, once again, kind of going back to what we first started. Y'all can sit down. Thank you. Yeah, I'll finish and I'll let you, John. We heard you loud and clear 2 weeks ago. Our next available meeting was today. That's why we put this on the agenda for this discussion. Like I said, I personally will be there tonight to listen more and to learn more as a member of the community, as a representative of the people, and we hear you. But once again, there's a state agency that's technically going to be involved, and there's going to be the water issue, and then obviously we saw on here electrical and water upgrades that is part of the presentation that was given earlier. So those are items that the Commissioners Court does not have any control over at all. But we can be your mouthpiece. That's the one thing we can do, is hear what you're saying today, the emails and phone calls that we have seen and received, and share them. And we know that Avina has been open to hearing these concerns. From us individually, I can't speak for the entire court, but at least from what I've heard from you all, I've taken that and shared that. And so this is a continuing dialogue. But just be aware that there's not much we can do unless they come to us for an abatement at some time in the future. Then we can talk that out, and that will be something we have a vote over. But right now, there's nothing the Commissioner Court does other than opening up this forum today, allowing you to speak, allowing you to listen to what's being said, and then we'll follow up tonight and into the future as this project continues in their development.
Thank you, Commissioner. So you hit every point on the head, but just want to let the public know, and just Mike and I are in the same position as are all economic development agencies. When companies come in town to look to locate wherever in the community, we sign non-disclosure agreements, and sometimes governmental bodies do that as well. So a lot of times when the information doesn't come out early enough, it's because we're under non-disclosure agreements, and that's just the way economic development programs work. So. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Commissioner Gonzalez, I think you wanted to speak.
Yeah, I have some questions. Can you to the podium?
Karen, I think
Sorry.
you back up. Sorry.
Hello.
Sorry, Karen.
It's all good.
It's okay. Anyway, I just want you to know that, again, I concur with Commissioner Mares and Commissioner Hernandez have said, but I also worked for Reynolds Aluminum Company for about 10 years and know about caustic and know about where the wind blows, a lot of stuff blows, right? So, but anyway, I think I met you guys maybe about a week ago in my satellite office in Jalisco's, right?
Yes.
And the only major request I had was for y'all to do a town hall meeting, and y'all set that up today. So I really appreciate follow up on our requests, right?
We're happy to do it.
But I think it's good for the people that other than that before. We didn't know we didn't know about other town hall meetings until probably a few days ago, right?
It's tonight at 6. Can she go ahead and state at least, so in case anybody's here and doesn't know?
Yeah, it's tonight at 6 o'clock at the
Fairgrounds. Yes.
Sorry.
Whoever wants to go and ask questions, that's where you go tonight, right? 6 o'clock at the Robstown Fairgrounds, Nueces County Fairgrounds there in Robstown by the ballpark.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. So my other question is, I heard. I'll tell you what, the jobs are great. I mean, I really support jobs. I really support economic development. But I think, did y'all ever look for land somewhere further out in the western area, maybe between Robstown and Driscoll or Bishop, to see, because there's a lot of land out there too, right? And there's a lot of water out there also. So I don't know if y'all looked in that area or not.
Yeah, I mean, I did a comprehensive regional analysis of where there is a convalescence of power, water, and access to distribute the product, right? So like port, what is a safe place? So like there's a number of port properties, right, that are closer in that are industrial that we had original early conversations on, but they're all in a flood zone. And so other than, user.
Well, Tesla's not in a flood zone. They're
No,
not
not
in the
Tesla. I
flood-
said that port properties are in the flood zone. The ones that were under consideration for this project initially are in a flood zone. And so other than mishandling by a person that's transporting the fuel from the vessel into a truck or the truck's movement, the next highest possibility of an event from a safety perspective is a backup generator going down after a flood. And so the reason why this site was chosen was because if you overlay power and water infrastructure with the lack of a flood zone, based on FEMA's maps, not my own imagination, then you end up with like three options, right? And one is right next to the airport, which is a no-go. One is right next to a fairground, which is a no-go, and this one is the other one. And so we specifically prospected this property because it has water and power and not in a flood zone. And I understand that that may be contrary to somebody's present intention.
Okay, the other question I have, and you said the permits, and I'm not, you said do you already have a permit with TCEQ already?
TCQ permit is proceeding. We initially filed in December, but it was publicly noticed on February 1st. The initial comment period concluded at the end of this last month. What will happen from here is that we will work in concert with TCQ to answer all of the technical questions that came up during that process. And then a TCQ will issue a draft permit, which will go out again for another set of comments. So then people will have feedback opportunity at that point in time. And then it will all depend, when it issues will depend on what kind of process happens thereafter.
And how about the air quality? Is there air quality control? Do you have to get a permit for that?
That is the air permit. There will also be a stormwater discharge permit or water discharge permit that will be filed before TCQ as well, which again will offer the public an opportunity to comment and investigate and ask their questions and hopefully have them addressed.
So really, we don't have anything to do with the permit, but it'll be TCEQ that has the permit.
Correct.
So we won't have anything to do with you getting the permit to build or to do.
That's correct.
It'll be TCEQ.
That's the nature of the county, is that
Right.
there lacks any zoning coordination or.
Well, we can voice our opinion, but that's.
Yeah, absolutely, and that opinion is valued. Like, I've been incorporating feedback actively when it's productively provided. It's really helpful.
And I didn't know that I did this, but I guess what I've heard today, so you already actually have a contract signed with the Water District number 3?
Indeed.
For water, if you need, in case it does go through, right?
Yeah, and there's contingencies in any contract that large that would allow you to exit were you not to conclude the project. But it is a binding contract with the Water District.
I just want to make sure everything's out, and people know what we're talking about, right? Because
Yeah, it's fair.
I didn't know you had one either. It was a binding one. But also on the, the City of Corpus Christi, what are your plans? And actually, you might not take water from the City of Corpus Christi, but will you meet with the City of Corpus Christi?
So I met early on when we looked at this site, I called out to the city. I called all over the development services groups and could not identify a resource within the city that would be responsive, to the point where I actually took up the development form in August of last year that specifies how you'll pay the various city planners to show up at an event so that you can tell them about your project, even though they think they have nothing to do with it because they're not providing services. And I filed that paperwork that said, I will pay you to show up for a meeting so I can teach you about the project and I can get your feedback and I can make sure that everybody's informed. And the response I received to that was that I did not need to have that meeting and they didn't have an interest in understanding the project.
So they never showed up, they never.
They didn't take us up on that filed form.
Yeah. Commissioner Pusley, you can't direct it to me.
I have the emails to justify that.
I just want to make sure we get also that out in the open and find out why we haven't, because my question was why haven't we met? So now you're explaining why. So if there's something else there.
It's outside, it's outside of their ETJ. They're not providing city services, and so I think that was where the conclusion came from, that we didn't need to have that meeting. But again, I really wanted to have that meeting.
Okay. All right, and the land that was, and people need to know too, because the person that probably sold you the land, probably, he knew what he was selling the land, so, it's just like TCEQ and the landowner that, that should have let the people know who sold the land, right? Because, he should have thought about everything that the people were getting involved to, but they, sometimes landowners do it because they want the money, right? But they weren't thinking about the community either at that point. So, I'm going to just put the blame everywhere where everybody goes, because I don't want the blame to go only one area, right? So, but you bought the land there already, so, right,
It's under contract. It's under option contract. So one could walk away from the land deal
Okay,
were one to need to.
So it's not like it's a done deal, you can't walk away, so you still can walk away.
They're bound to sell it to us if we're willing to buy it.
Okay. All right. And what else I had? I had one more question somewhere. And what do you, when you talk about, I was looking at the video, safety, what's the main safety that I like to know, the precautions of, say for instance, something goes wrong, the worst case scenario, how do you shut the plant down? How do the people are warned that there is a problem, there's an issue? How do we warn the people out there?
Right, those plans are in active development, and again, it's an iterative process. So you start with an initial site feasibility study that a third party does that says, is the site safe relative to the area in which it exists? And so we've done that initial work, and then that leads us to a place where we do additional engineering to change the plant's design and how it's laid out so that we can reduce any of the safety concerns that they've identified in those initial studies. And then ultimately, you'll end up with a quantitative risk analysis that'll say, hey, based on the way the plant's designed, what is the probability of an event? And then based on all that finalized engineering, what you'll do is you'll render a risk management plan based on the EPA standards for what a risk management plan says, right? And that would include us utilizing existing channels for communication. So if there's an emergency alert system that exists, we'd utilize that, right? And the plan at that point in time will be filed with the TCEQ as part of the finalization of the air permit. So it will be totally publicly available, and we are actively engaging local folks with fire and safety knowledge here to ensure that our plans mesh with the existing infrastructure.
That would also have to be approved by TCEQ.
It won't be approved per se. It will be filed with them, and they will determine its sufficiency, and as long as it is sufficient, then it will be adopted.
Okay, well, that's all I got. Thank you very much. Thank you, Karen.
I have a question. Yes, regardless of who pays or who buys, where the water is being sold to, it's all coming from the Nueces River, right?
I think that is the source, yes.
It's not coming from Dallas or anywhere else.
Sure.
It's coming from Nueces. So we will be depleting our resources from Nueces River. Okay, and so it doesn't matter who's the one that's going to sell it, who has the right to sell it, or what. We'll be depleting. And this is why I'm concerned, not like Commissioner Martinez. I do represent 1889. Just thought I'd throw that plug in, Commissioner. So, and it seems like City Councilman disagrees with you that you wanted a meeting with them and they declined. So, dealing in the past, knowing what I know, I agree with you. I think you were, not that anyone would listen to you.
Well, and I don't know what the process breakdown was, and I don't want to convey that it's like necessarily negative or intentional or any of that.
No, I'm not trying to be negative, just trying to get to the truth.
The existing process. Yeah. I really
No.
And on the water point, you're right. Water is a primary resource, right? It's a golden resource. It's a resource that makes economies run or not run. It's the thing that folks need to drink every day, right? We're like 80% water. So we acknowledge that and understand that, and that's part of why we're taking so much time and diligently looking at the water treatment facility to reduce, reuse, and produce as little water waste as possible, and where possible, return the water back to the district so they can utilize that water for additional uses.
So if you had to do improvements or change your plans, why not just buy the land where it's far away to where maybe, it wouldn't be as costly, because you're still going to spend money, fixing it up to where it wouldn't affect the people. And just to finish up, I do want to express to the people that live around that area or in Corpus Christi This is not just a Cal Island or a Robstown issue. This is going to be a Corpus Christi issue, okay? Because water resource, so far the good Lord has been good to us. We've got water in our lakes, but if this keeps up, we might be hurting. So thank you for your honesty, ma'am, for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you to Avina.
Yeah, real quick.
Oh, Commissioner Chesney wants to speak now.
Just a quick question. I didn't hear the answer earlier to the question on the permits. Do you have your TCEQ permit for this?
They're proceeding.
They're what?
They're
In the
proceeding.
process.
They're in process.
So
They've
you
been
don't have them?
filed, and then they will go before, I mean, the next step in the process, now that the first comment period is concluded, is that TCQ will meet with us. We will address all of their technical questions they have specifically about the application, incorporating all the comments that were received from the various people in the community, and then eventually they'll issue a draft permit. And when they issue the draft permit, again, there'll be another comment period wherein folks can engage.
Okay, and then I just want to be clear, the only water agency you've dealt with in this is that WCID, I'm sorry, I'm not,
Nueces County Water Control District, number 3.
that's the only water agency you've dealt with in this process?
That's the water agency that's giving water to the project.
So they're the only one that would be involved in this project. It wouldn't be the city or any other water agency?
Correct.
So the only water agency involved is the Nueces County, tell me again so I get it right,
Water Control District, number 3.
and no other water agency is involved, the city, anybody else of some of the things that have been thrown out, I don't know, whatever. It's just this one entity is the only one that has anything to do with it.
They have the water rights, and so they enter into contracts, and they are entitled to that under their CCN.
And no one else does?
Correct.
Okay, so no one else could be involved in this legally at this point but that water agency?
Correct.
Okay. That's really all I have. I just want to clear, because there's a lot of things that have been thrown out today. Some of them
fair.
have been inaccurate, and I'm just trying to make sure we're clearing it up so the public knows what's going on with what. Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. And I am being messaged that there is someone in the audience that wishes to speak that did not get the opportunity to speak in public comment. I'll reopen it just for a second did you get to speak in public comment? I think you did. Yes, ma'am. Yes. You have to come up to the microphone, I'm sorry. And I would ask you all to please try to make it out to that town hall tonight. You can ask a lot of your questions tonight. They'll be addressing these as well.
Right.
But
My question is not to them, because I've gone to every meeting since I found out about this. But my question is to you all. I know I've heard the Robstown ISD. I went to the meeting last night for the Water District number 3, Nueces County Water District. And it was an executive session. We were allowed to give our comments, but nothing was given to us. I'm a paying customer to them, as they are, apparently. But nobody seems to care about the fact that he's right. It's going to go through Corpus Christi water too, because they mentioned in the board meeting last night that Violet is going to be part of this water source too from now on. So with all this water coming out and being sold, is what I was told, to huge companies that are going to take the majority, but I'm expected to do the stage 2 or the stage 1, whatever we get to, because we're going to get there. There's not enough water coming through the aquifer because of the rain. And everybody in this area, including Corpus Christi, uses the Nueces River. Okay, I have a canal, and I mentioned that to them. I have a canal that runs right in front of the plant they are proposing and right next to my house. It's open. That's the emergency water source, open, which will be contaminated when they release these small emissions that they're saying. Okay? And my concern is, if that's going to be our emergency water, and it's very low right now, and open, not closed, not piped, nothing, where are we going to be left in 5 years from now? Because we can't guarantee, only God can, that we're going to get rain. You can't. And when you tell me here that it's out of your jurisdiction, Robstown City told me that last night too. It's out of our jurisdiction. So why are you wasting my time? Because, I mean, somebody's making money off of this. I'm paying my taxes. I'm not making money off of this. I just want a clean community, safe for my grandkids, my great-grandkids. And nobody's guaranteed safe water now. And I don't understand why I have to pay taxes to Nueces County when I can't even do anything trash over there with Robstown. I can't do it with Corpus Christi. I'm right in the middle. I'm stuck in the middle. And it's unfair that all of you represent Nueces County. And believe me, I worked for Nueces County after I retired. I worked for the city of Corpus Christi too. So my concern is that you can allow somebody brand new to the community to make money or economical development for jobs. 100 jobs, please, give me a break. We have so many, we have more probably than 10,000 jobs available here in Corpus. But why are they not working? Because they're low paid.
I think
So those are my concerns, are to you.
Thank
Because
you.
you are a county. You are my county.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
And you work for us.
Thank you. Please don't comment. Let's be quiet. Yes.
I'm just concerned what you said about the trash or whatever it is. She's in between that she don't receive services. Why not? I mean, I thought we have a service provider out there.
We do. It's not on the agenda either.
Yeah.
Can somebody just talk to her on the way out, Edward, to let her know about the service provider we have?
Thank you. And I think we're through with our presentation. I thank you all for being here very much. We'll try very hard to make it out there tonight to that town hall as well. But for everyone who maybe didn't get the notice, it is tonight in Robstown at the fairgrounds at 6 p.m., the town hall. And any of your questions, anything that is going on, I suggest you attend and direct those, and you will probably get lots of information and answers as well. This is a process. It's the beginning process. It looks like they are doing, their part in helping the community be aware. So try to attend so that you can get that information as well. Thank you. Going back to item G, our board appointments, G1, Nueces County Library Advisory Board. I'll let everybody clear out, I guess. If you will take it out in the hallway, please. We still have work to conclude. Okay, item G1, the Nueces County Library Advisory Board. There are 6 positions open. I understand 2 letters of intent and 1 application. So we have letters of intent from Jessica Suarez and Shannon Copeland.
Judge, I would move that we reappoint those that are being asking for reappointment and to appoint the new letter of intent as well.
Oh, Jessica, I'm sorry.
There's 1 new board application and 2
yes, the
renewals,
new board
and that'll still leave us
application
short, I think.
is Juarez, Shannon Copeland, and McComb have resubmitted their letter of intent. So there's 3 that we could appoint today. Yes. And is that your motion?
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner?
Yes, ma'am.
I will second that motion. Is there any other discussion? Bless you. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Same sign. The motion passes. Thank you. Moving on to the consent agenda, are there any items that we need to pull for further discussion? Yes. Perfect timing. In.
In is in Nancy? Nancy in?
Yeah.
In? Okay.
Yep. These for Michael. Michael got this one.
And he's here, yes. I need to pull item B just because there's a clarification from the auditor's office. B,
As in boy?
yes,
Okay.
B. Any others? Then I will accept a motion to pass the consent agenda excluding item B and N.
Motion to accept, Judge.
We have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second?
A second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. On item B, coming up first, I was asked to pull that to amend. This should be listed as special motions. And yes.
Excuse me. Actually, it's noticed correctly. On the agenda, it says special
Oh, it says
motions
special-
list, but the
special motion.
attachment is incorrect, so.
So we need to pull
It's
it?
actually correct.
Oh.
It's correct.
The
it's noticed
attachment doesn't
correctly.
list it as special
Right.
motions, but the regular item is listed
So
correctly.
it's correct. It can be
Okay.
approved.
So then I'll make a motion to pass.
Second?
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Moving to item N.
I'd like to, Michael, kind of.
Yes.
I'd like to just ask Michael, Michael, clarify on this one here. I know that's the land out there in Live Oak County, and we've always.
Oh, this is not that land.
Oh, it's not that land?
This is out by the county airport.
This is the
Oh, I'm sorry.
regular
Okay,
lease
well,
that they do
I
all
thought
the
it-
time.
I thought it was. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
that contract that you're referring to does
Right.
not come up for 5 years.
Oh, it's still got 5 years on it?
Yes, yes.
And that was you, okay, never mind.
We just did that
Never mind.
contract,
Okay.
I think
Never mind.
last year,
I'll talk to you
February.
later. All right, I move.
Thank you.
Second, is that
We
a
have
move?
it was that motion to pass? Yeah, a motion and a second to pass. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Moving on to the regular agenda, 3A1. Discuss and consider taking action and approving a grant-funded, no cash match between the Nueces County family. Oh, are they here yet? I think I was supposed to wait. Is this the one they were not here yet? I need to pull this one up later, so I'll bring it back. Sorry.
I don't think, I mean, we could just do it.
Yeah.
Unless,
Yeah, you.
I mean,
Yeah, there's nothing, there's just
I-
the award.
I don't think there's any.
I don't think there's any question about it, so that's fine.
Right. I'd make a motion to pass, Judge.
I have a motion and a second to pass. Is there any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Same sign. The motion passes. Thank you. I'm sorry, she sent me a message that she was going to be late and asked me to wait, but it's after 11 anyway.
Yeah, she's fine.
Yes. 3A3, discuss and consider approval of personnel services contract for $17,500. We did these before. This is just approving the contract with the dollar amount. I'll make the motion to pass.
We already approved this before?
Yes, we
Yes.
did. This was just the contract.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Item 4 is the same thing for the other, Patricia Shipton. We approved this last court. Discuss and consider approval of the contract for $17,500 with legislative consultants. I will make the motion to pass that one as well.
Second.
We have
Do
a
we need
motion
both? Do we
and
need
a
two?
second.
Do we need 2 of them right now?
There was 2 separate ones. We approved it last court for, in the total amount of the 35-something thousand. Yes, it's a partial. We did the half payment like we did during special sessions.
It's, yeah,
Yes.
2,500.
Through the end of the
Right.
year.
Per
Through-
person,
Yes.
yeah, right. Did someone second it? Yeah.
Yes, we have a motion and a second. Commissioner Mata, is any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Same sign. The motion passes. Item number 5, discuss and consider upcoming Commissioners Court meeting dates and workshops. Is there anything that needs to be changed or corrected or moved? There being none, we will move on to item 3B1, approve a license agreement for $2,520 with the Corpus Christi Gun Club and the Nueces County Sheriff's Office.
So moved.
I have a motion and a second to approve. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Item C1, discuss and consider award and execution of agreement with Victory Building Team for the medical examiner's facility. We're excited to get started, and we got the number underneath, so I'll make the motion to pass. Anybody second?
Took some work. Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign.
I want to thank Javier and Juan and them for working on this.
Absolutely, for getting this
Bringing it under 7
within our
million.
budget.
And
Yes.
that includes the roof too,
Yes, oh, awesome.
the old roof.
Item D1.
Oh, Judge,
auditor-
can I interrupt real
Oh,
quick?
yes, go ahead. Do you want to say something about it?
I always have to say something, but today's a little different. Today is my daughter's 18th birthday, and I always like to take this opportunity to wish her a happy birthday.
Happy birthday to your daughter,
My daughter,
yes.
Rachel.
We pulled you up here, you should get to say happy
That is
birthday.
not on the agenda. You have to put that on for a later date.
Sign up for public comment. D1, approve the, oh, did you want to talk about it too? Sorry, yes.
I didn't see you there with the
I-
podium.
No, I was hiding.
That
good.
podium,
That's
we
smart.
can't see.
No, I wanted to thank y'all for your confidence and in our process, and everything is looking good, and we were able to tweak some things and get the project in the budget, and we're ready to go. You know, as we go along, there's things that we need to work on, equipment especially, but we're in good position right now.
And I know the roof was an alternate, you burned it up, you burned it under that, the 7 million too, so I appreciate that very much, man. And,
$400.
You got two more alternates, I might be able to help you with that, so.
I've been in a lot of conversations with the ME and trying to work things out, and so he's good, and we're going to utilize or refurbish 2 of the surgical tables, so we're going to move those and use them, and so we'll probably need to do some repairs, but we can use them. So
Thank you.
Thank you.
We appreciate it very much. Yes.
Thank you, Javier, for all your work.
Yes. Now, item D1, approved budget amendment number 3.
Yes, Your Honor, this is an item that y'all had authorized the Public Works to buy some lowering equipment through ARPA funds. Because of the price valuations of these equipment, the ARPA funds will not cover the entire cost, and they needed a little additional funds. We're trying to find some funds available for them to use. There is a right-of-way fund that currently has about $400,000 in it that we have available should TxDOT ever require us to buy right-of-way, and that there's never an idea when they have, and we don't expect to do this. So we're asking to transfer $141,000 from the right-of-way funds to the road bridge to finalize the purchase of the mooring equipment.
So moved. Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Item 3, discuss and consider authorizing and approving change order number 4.
Yes, Your Honor. So we were going through our process with Workday and working with our payroll balances. There's one item that we need to do that was never part of scope of work, which was working with the Attorney General on child support. They require that we do their garnishments through their software, and we're able to integrate the software together. There's a small cost, a little over $10,000, but however, the funds are already available there. There's no additional request. We can do the funds that we already have assigned to this to pay for this. And there's also another evaluation where should we have an employee expense right now, we have to cut them in checks. We want to do direct deposit. So we're going to need to do some similar with that because they weren't allowing us to do direct deposits through the values, and there's no cost for that. So we're asking for a change order to cover those 2 areas.
There's no additional, it's paid through there. I'll make the motion to pass. We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion?
Yeah, all we doing is replacing the time clock?
No, this basically is a integration between us and the Attorney General to transport the information between us and them on child support.
Okay. Oh, and we had monies before, Dale?
When we originally put these to you, we requested a certain amount of funds, and because they didn't do a lot of traveling, we have extra funds there to cover this cost. So we're not asking for additional funds.
Okay. So moved.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Moving on to item E, information technology. E1, discuss and approve the authorization to execute amendment number 1001.1 to the primary license agreement with Team Dynamics for 5 additional leases for the help desk project management. Daryl, you're up.
Yes, this is adding 5 licenses to our help desk system. This is primarily for HR and the auditor office to use because they get a lot of calls as well. And so it will be directly accessible from Workday. It is budgeted. It's a minor
In your
increase.
department?
Yes,
Uh-huh.
yes, it's already in there.
Any other discussion? Do I have a motion to pass? A motion, do I have a second? I'll second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Thank you. We didn't pass anything up. We're ready to go to executive, I believe. Okay. Executive session, we're going to their public notice is given that the Commissioners Court may elect to go into an executive session anytime during the meeting to discuss matters listed anywhere on the agenda when authorized by the provisions of the Open Meetings Act, Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code. To the extent there has been a past practice of distinguishing items for public deliberation and those for executive session, the public is advised that the court is departing from that practice and reserves the right to discuss any listed agenda item in executive session when authorized by law to do so. In the event the Commissioners Court elects to go into executive session regarding an agenda item, the section or sections of the Open Meetings Act authorizing the executive session will be publicly announced by the presiding officer. In accordance with the authority of Government Code, Vernon's Texas Code, Section 551.071, 551.072, 551.073, 551.074, 551.0745, 551.076, 551.086, 551.087, the Commissioners Court will hold an executive session to consult with attorneys, including matters related to litigation, deliberate regarding real property, prospective gifts, personnel matters, including termination, county advisory bodies, security devices, and/or economic development negotiations, and other matters that may be discussed in an executive session. Upon completion of the executive session, the Commissioners Court may, in an open session, take such action as appropriate on items discussed in an executive session. Item A, consult with the county attorney and outside counsel on legal matters relating to cause number 220CV00263, David Longoria, individually and on behalf of the estate of David Johnson, deceased, versus Javier Zapata Jr., Texas Government Code 551.071, discuss, consider, and take action in court, regular session if needed. Item B, consult with the county attorney in regard to legal issues related to access to County Road 52 and take action in open session if necessary, Texas Government Code 551.071. Item C, consult with the county attorney on legal issues related to amending the Nueces County Personnel Policy Manual and all related matters and take action in open session, Texas Government Code 551.071. Item D, consult with the county attorney regarding legal matters related to property damage claim of Roy Vela and all related matters, Texas Government Code 551.071. Discuss, consider, and take action in regular session if needed. Item E, consult with the county attorney in regard to amending the withdrawal date from the Corpus Christi Nueces County Public Health District and all related matters. Take action in open session. And that would be the same, Texas Government Code 551.071. Item 071, right? Yeah. Item F, Discuss and consider the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, and dismissal of Nueces County appointed department heads. Today, we are doing Inland Parks Director and Social Services Director as scheduled by the Commissioners Court, Texas Government Code 551.074. And it is 11:25, and we are going to executive session. is 2:15, and we are back from executive. I will bring up executive item 4B, and Commissioner Hernandez, I understand you have a motion.
Yes, I do, Judge. Motion to grant a variant and allow driveway access to County Road 52 on the conditions that the landowner pay for the construction of the driveway with appropriate drainage as directed by Public Works.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Item C, Commissioner Modas, I believe you have a motion for that.
Yes, Judge. My motion will combine the current sections A and B into a new section, which states, for all personnel at the normal rate for the increment of hours actually worked, not counting overtime during the preceding pay period.
I'll second that motion. We have a
Discussion, just explain
Yes.
what that does, Commissioner Modis, because I know we've all had inquiries on that, please. Or, and somebody explain it, I don't mean to put you on the spot.
Put me on the spot.
I mean, it basically takes
Well, I
care
mean,
of.
I can tell you what the intent was.
Yeah, that's all, I'm sorry.
And
yeah.
we want legal to maybe just.
Do you want
so
to
sense-
I
clarify that?
can, if, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe what the court wanted to do was to go by a person's previous pay period, and if they generally work 10 hours at a time, or whatever is their normal number of hours in a day, if they have a sick day, then the number of hours they use of sick time, or they're given of sick time for one day is equivalent to what they've worked the last pay period in any given one day.
Gladly Jenny doesn't get paid by the word, because
Yeah.
we get it.
So if you work
basically-
10 hours a day and you take a sick day, you get 10 hours of sick hours.
10 hours
So basically this-
regular pay. Yes.
This takes care of some of the issues that some of the law enforcement folks and others were having. If someone would please relay that to those folks, because I know that was a big deal, and we addressed that immediately.
This
And
takes
Commissioner
care of all
Modas, I appreciate you
county
putting that on the agenda.
employees. All county employees, because we have some that work different hours. That's why this was addressed,
Yeah.
yes.
But law enforcement brought it to our attention, and thanks to Commissioner Modas for putting it on so that we can address it.
Moving on to item D. Commissioner Chesney.
Excuse me.
Oh, sorry.
She said y'all didn't vote.
Oh, I thought we did do a motion and a second. Okay, sorry. I guess your motion, did anybody
Technicality.
second that? Commissioner Chesney,
I
you
did.
threw me off. Oh, he seconded it. All
second
those
it.
in favor say aye.
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 That's true. I
Any
did ask for
opposed,
discussion.
same sign. The motion passes. Thank you. I thought we did.
Good job. No, I just asked for discussion before you voted.
Yes, oh, that's right.
She's right. She's right.
Yes. Item D, Commissioner Chesney, you have a motion.
Judge, thank you. I would make a motion to deny the claim and a property damage claim by Ray Vela and all related matters.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Item E, Commissioner Gonzalez, you have a motion.
Yes, Judge, I'll make a motion that we change the termination date from April the 1st to 2024 to September 30th, 2024, and services will continue as per previous agreement.
I'll second that motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. That is the end of our agenda. Do we have any adjournments in memory?
Yes, Judge.
Commissioner Modis.
Yeah, with great sadness, I want to share the announcement of the passing of Seferino Cefe Valenzuela. He passed on August, he was born on August of 1928, and passed on February 27th of 2024. His rosary was earlier this week, and his burial proceeded on Tuesday. Just to share a little bit about Cefe, his calling was to be a public servant, and he was always humble in his ways and respectful to all. He grew up caddying at the old Corpus Christi Country Club, the original one, and there he learned to love and excel in the game of golf. He was a co-founder of the Corpus Christi Pan American Golf Association, and in 1968 he was the first Hispanic elected president of the Corpus Christi Golf Association. In 1992, he was the first Corpus Christi member inducted into the Pan American Golf Association National Hall of Fame, and he was rumored to have a handicap of a 2-under at one time. But as we know, as golfers are like fishermen, so we'll just leave it at that if that's accurate. But Sefe did love the game, and he was a great golfer. In 1946, he was a member of the U.S. Army Air Corps, which eventually became the U.S. Air Force. He was honorably discharged. He met his wife, Angelica, and had been married to her for 72 years. Sefe attended Del Mar College and then later became a member of the street department in 1952 for the city of Corpus Christi, where he later transferred to the sanitation department and then was eventually promoted to superintendent of sanitation. In 1982, he was recognized by the Texas Public Works Association at Texas A&M College Station for his efficiency in operating the sanitation department. And in 1999, the new landfill was named after him for his faithful service to the city and the citizens of Corpus Christi. He retired after 26 years of honorable service to the city of Corpus Christi, and he soon began volunteering with the Rehabilitation Hospital. He served on many boards and committees, including the Park and Rec, Crime Control and Prevention District, the Community Blood Bank, the Nueces County Appraisal Review Board, and the former city employees credit union committee. He was a very active member of the American Legion and a faithful parishioner of St. Patrick's Church, where he was a member of the prayer group and a volunteer for their men's Acts retreat. He is celebrated by family and friends, as I said, at his rosary on March the 5th, and had a funeral mass yesterday at St. Patrick's Church. Sefe was a great individual, a great mentor and friend, and just someone to really be an outstanding role model for those in the community. And so I'm just sad for his passing. My family had a lot of connections to his family, and well done, good and faithful servant, Sefe. Thank you.
I don't know, Sefe, you think anybody
Yes.
else?
Do you have one too?
No, just going to, in addition to Commissioner Modis, I want to say that Mr. Valenzuela, I really appreciate that he was really a role model to a lot of people. I always looked up to him when I had some questions. I wasn't sure, even politics, so, Sefe really went out of the way to help those that needed help. And not only that, but, Sefe was kind of a different person. American Legion, he was always involved in helping the American Legion and doing whatever he could. But, my condolences and my prayers go out to his family, his son especially, because I know they were real close. And may God continue to bless them. Amen. Thank you.
Yes, our condolences to the family for sure. And Jenny, do you have something?
Yes, on A, could I get a vote on whether to reject the offer or the demand and continue negotiations?
On D?
On A,
On A.
there was no motion, so I would assume the motion would be to reject the offer and continue negotiations.
Do we have it on? I thought we didn't.
The demand is what I meant to say.
Did that? Oh, that one, sorry.
Yes.
My bad. So did you make that motion, Judge?
Yes.
Okay. I'll second if no one else
We
did.
have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Are there any other adjournments in memory? If not, it is 2:24. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. We are adjourned.